Welcome to the after party. We are done with the live show. We know who our champions are, and we have two of them on screen.
It's not me.
The newest one, though. Mm-hmm. Fresh competition.
It was very close.
I could have beat her.
It was a very, very close call.
It was very close.
Like, just like I should have done after everything.
So we are here to get some reading done, some productivity done after a very eventful live show, a lovely live show. Thank you guys for joining. And so let us know in the comments what you guys will be doing. I think we're going to do our sprints today. And my hope is that we can do 3 sprints and then be done. But for those of you on screen, do not feel obligated to stay for all 3 if you have other things to do. I just appreciate you hanging out for whatever time you can. And the first thing I will do is allow you guys to introduce yourselves, your channels. I know that, Sam, you're going to hate this because you already have it today. But just in case people in the comments aren't aware, I wanted to give you guys the floor. So we'll start with Leandra.
Hello, I'm Leandra. I've been on Danny's channel a few times, so I think that most of you guys know me. I will be reading The Perils of Lady Catherine de Bourgh. This one is, I'm buddy reading it with Julie, who happens to be in the comments. Julie, I'm going to catch up to you. I promise. I've been seeing your updates, and I've been like, I need to. So yeah, I'll be reading that tonight, and that's literally my only plan, except I do probably want to do some bullet journaling because I want to finish the spread that I'm doing for Bucket Listathon. So yes, plans.
What about you, Sam? What are you going to be doing, and what's your channel about?
My channel is, my name's Samantha Donovan, but I go by Sam. I read a lot. I post twice a week, and it's mostly book stuff. I really need to read The 13th Child by Erin A. Craig, which is probably my most anticipated release of this entire year. So I'm very excited for this. And my audiobook is due in 4 days. So yeah, she's not small. 500 pages. It's not terrible. But I'm so excited for this. I also have a short story fiction from a friend who published a book recently. So I'll probably try to finish that as well because I didn't read it when it was in my ARC subscription thing. So
what about you, Jess?
My name is Jess. I'm from the Hex Library, where I post reading, writing, book, and planner-related content when I feel like it. Tonight, I shall be reading this brick, Quarter Wings in Ruin. I'm at 63% currently, and our live show is at 9 p.m. tomorrow. So I have a lot of reading to do.
You can do it.
It's about 9 hours left in the audio, and I read it 2 times speed. So I need 4.5 hours between now and tomorrow evening.
Easy.
So theoretically, it can be done.
And I'm going to give you 3 today.
Right.
So.
And I'll probably be reorganizing my shelves while I listen because I bought a new bookshelf last week and put it in my kids' room and moved a bunch of books over there. And now it's crazy in here. So
fun.
That's what I'll be doing.
And I'm Danni.Dabbles, as you guys probably know since you are here. I will be reading Strange Beasts because I have to return that to the library in 3 days. And I think I'm at 32%. I can do it. And then if I am on a dinner sprint or something where I have to be up and around, I will be listening to Monstrous Nights because that's my audio book right now. And I'm very excited about it. It's the second book in the Foul Days series.
And you like the first one?
What?
You probably like the first one because you continued the series, but
I hated it.
I haven't seen any reviews for it. I haven't seen people really talk about it a whole lot. And
I
have it on my shelf, and it looks so pretty.
It definitely it put me in the monster mood because it's very, I don't know. I really did like the first book. The second book is a little different than the first book because we're not following the same storyline. We're following the same characters, but things have definitely changed, and it's gotten a little bit bigger as far as a global story goes. So yeah, I'm liking it. I think it's fun. A little bit of a spooky read. So I'm dragging spooky season with me, but
I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, okay, everything I didn't read in October now gets to shine in November.
Yep. We have Tennille with us. Hello, Tennille. And Julie is here, working on Fire Study, and a treasury of Norse mythology. Wonderful.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I have that. I have a Dark and Secret Magic.
Oh, that's
Listen, I have to live my best life. This is my best friend Wallace's book. This is the regular cover, and it's gorgeous.
So pretty. It's so
like
pretty.
a Hallmark movie, but for Halloween. This is the Unplugged Book Box special edition cover. Also gorgeous.
That's so
She's
pretty.
beautiful.
Oh.
We love her.
Oh, I love that.
Like, we love her. Okay. And she sold out her first run of printing, so she's getting a second printing. And she's a bestseller at Barnes Noble, and she was 108 on the New York Times bestsellers list.
Nice.
So, ta-da.
Ta-da. I know her.
I'm a good friend. I have done my job.
I mean, those covers are gorgeous, both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
I've
love
seen
that.
people picking it up too, so I think it's going to get decently popular at the least.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've read it 3 times, but I read one of the original versions.
Yeah.
I'm actually in the acknowledgments as well.
Isn't that so fun?
Fun.
I'm in my first acknowledgements this year too, and I was like, oh, wait.
I love it.
Me.
That's me with my pen name. It's not even my birth name. It's so great.
Luckily,
love
my channel name is the same as my actual name, so if somebody shouts out my channel, they're just shouting me out. So it
You're
doesn't
like, "That's
matter
just
which
me."
way.
Catch me. No pressure.
Oh, I know.
KRT is here, or should I say Kurt?
I
And it's not
can't.
actually Kurt. I'm just making fun.
I mean, if it works, it works.
I keep hearing people mention The 13th Child and thinking you mean 13th Child by Patricia Reed, which is weird
I know.
and wonderful.
Anytime you try and search this book on Goodreads, you get that one instead. And it's like, no, Goodreads. I want Aaron A. Craig. Thank you.
Mhm.
I feel that way whenever I search for Mary by Nat Cassidy.
Oh, yeah.
It never pops up. You have to type in Mary Nat.
Mhm.
Mhm.
You could type in a 6-word title and it will not be in the first 2 pages of results. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't
It's usually easier to type in the author's name, click their first book, go to the author page, and then scroll down.
Yes.
It's the same with like new releases that haven't like really been super announced. Like in series, it won't be in the series list, but if you go to the author page, it'll be on like the second page.
Who knows why? It's a time.
Gotta love Goodreads.
Rye is here. Hello, Rye. Welcome. Having the best time with this book, Jess.
Good. As you should.
Look, I added dots between the letters to make it clear. Okay.
Yes, I know, because I kept saying Kurt, and they're like, actually, so it's literally KRT. And I'm like, I know, but you're like one letter away. I thought it was a clever way to say Kurt without saying Kurt.
Well, we are at the end of the comments, and I think it's perfect because I know we've been chatting for 2 hours. And so we do need to go on a sprint, my friends, so we can have some productivity time and some time to maybe drink some water, clear our throats a little. So we are going to do our sprints this evening, and let us know in the comments how you guys are doing each round, and we'll come back and chat with you in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back. Hope your sprint went well. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves. Take some breaks. I see some stretches going on.
I've just been hunched over my iPad this whole time, just gremlin reading.
Let us know in the comments how you did that sprint. How did that sprint treat you, Leandra?
Well, yeah, I didn't really move, so I might have to like move around my apartment or something because I needed to do a little bit of stretching as well. I ended up, I don't know where I'm at, but I'm probably like a chapter and a half behind Julie at this moment. So once I get to that point, then I'll probably switch gears. But yeah, still really enjoying it. I mean, it's the third in a series, so clearly I'm a fan.
What about you, Sam? What were you hunched over reading?
I got 55% to this giant block of text for my friends. It's like 66 pages, so I guess novella. But yeah, finally making progress in it. Got 55%, and I did my Duolingo for the day.
Whoa, nice.
What about you, Jess?
I read about 40 pages.
Nice.
Whoa.
You enjoying yourself?
I mean, I've been having a good time, so.
Nice. Did you do a arranging of your shelves like you said you were going to do?
I didn't that time. No, I sat in this chair and did not move. Oh.
I ate a little bit of dinner and I read a little bit of Strange Beasts. I don't even know how many pages. It wasn't much. And then I did some admin things. But next sprint, hopefully, fingers crossed, will just be a reading sprint for me. We did have Bryce join at the very end of that last chatty bit, reading Words of Radiance. And I asked whether or not they were reading it for prep for Stormlight 5 or just to read. And I'm trying my hardest to get through the books before the release. And I just said, Godspeed, my friend. Kirsten also joined us. Hello. Welcome. Tuesday is also here. Reading Warbreaker. About to pause and start cooking dinner. Love that. Brittany joined. Hello. You're not too late at all. We've got 2 more sprints. We have plenty of time, my friend. Had dinner and 31% of Dark and Secret Magic. Lovely, making progress. Finished A Treasury of Norse Mythology. It's pretty good, but I read Neil Gaiman's Norse Mythology earlier this year, and it was better. That's one I need to read.
Neil Gaiman narrates the audiobook too, and he does a very good job at it.
Cool. I didn't know that. Norse mythology is very weird. Although I guess you could say that about all mythology, but some of the Norse mythology I've come across, I'm like, did I read that correctly?
Yeah, no, it wasn't until I read Neil Gaiman's Norse mythology where I was like, oh, Thor and Loki. That's what they're from. Not just like a Marvel thing.
Actually, from watching all the Marvel movies, that was how I got some of the references in Witch's Heart, which I read for the second round of Battle of Booktubers. There were certain pieces in there I'm like, this was in the movie.
This was in Marvel.
I've had mythology books on my TBR for years and haven't read them, so the goal is to read 12 this year. So far, you've done 10.
Whoa.
You're doing great. KRT got food in the slow cooker for tomorrow. Listen to a bit of your nonfiction audiobook and a bit of your fun audiobook. I love how you differentiate them as nonfiction and fun. And did a lot of farming on Dreamlight Valley. That sounds lovely.
That reminds me, I'm determined to read a nonfiction in November. Probably should start on that.
November.
Yeah, I mean, just because I haven't read like any nonfiction all year, if we're going to be honest. So I'm determined. I need to.
You can do it.
Yes, I think so.
Do you have one in mind that you want to read?
Yeah, I've got a few. I have to read all of my purchased books, like all the books I purchased in 2024. That's my goal. And there are 3 nonfictions because I'm silly. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to read nonfiction. And then I haven't. The one I'm probably going to read first, though, is actually A Body Made of Glass by Caroline Crampton. And I actually, speaking of, I'm in the acknowledgments for that one because I know her. And so I should support her and read her book. So I'm going to do that. I should.
I always forget about Nonfiction November.
Yeah.
Mainly because I don't read a lot of nonfiction, but I should. Sweet. What's it called? Sweet. It's the one that you recommended me, Leandra. Blade Grass?
Braiding Sweetgrass. Oh,
yeah.
gosh. That's a nonfiction everyone should read. It is so good.
Meredith
I don't know
recommends
about
that a lot.
Jess's feelings about it. I see her like make a face, but I loved it.
I haven't read it.
Oh, I thought you were everyone, you all should read it then. All of you. And if you're audiobook people, the author reads it aloud and, you know, says the indigenous words like for you and everything. So it's really lovely.
Nice.
I haven't listened to the audio, but I've heard from friends.
Norse mythology is not your favorite, but it is interesting. Yeah. I think my problem with reading mythology, especially reading them back to back, is that a lot of them are very tragic.
We can be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't read that Sprint, ate dinner, and now I'm ready to get back to reading. Love that.
It's so funny. All of you are eating dinner. I'm like, it's not even 4:00.
I actually ate a little bit early because it's almost 6 here, but we usually don't eat until like 6:30 or 7. But I was hungry. I have The Heat Will Kill Us first on my TBR for Nonfiction November. I don't know. So Nonfiction November, the like official readathon that's going on, and I don't know if this was for everybody, but I recently saw, I think her channel is called Towering TBR. It's Tiffany did it, and it was like a little game. I don't know if she just made it, but it was a whole bunch of marbles essentially rolling down the hill with all of her reads. And that's how she selected what book that she was going to read, was whichever one won the marble game. And I was like, this is really fun. I like that. It's just a game that decides for you. It's kind of like a random number generator, but it's more interactive, I guess.
Yeah, I think that must have just been her thing. Because to my knowledge, I can't remember like the person who's hosting it. But so Paige from Pages with Paige, she was talking about all of them in her announcement video for like listing all of the readathons, and she was saying that like the person who is like hosting Nonfiction November, that it's been 10 years that they've done it on like YouTube, and I think then they're like, okay, this is like the last year I think that they're hosting it. And what they typically do is they're just like, hey, if you read a nonfiction book, you've participated. But for people who want to challenge, I'm pretty sure every year they give like a couple like buzzwords where they're like, read a book with that in the title. Yeah.
I think there's like 6 or something, maybe 4, something like that. Because Nerdy Nat reads in her TBR, she mentioned like the words that she had, and then like the prompts that, or like the books that she picked from them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
like readathons like that aren't like not super stressful. You can kind of make it what you want.
I know one of the words is path.
Oh, interesting. Well, I'm not doing it because I don't have that word. It's fine.
Excuse me. If you need a good nonfiction audio, the Anthropocene Reviewed by John Green, narrated by the author. I have heard of this book, but I've never read it. Actually, I don't think I've read anything by John Green.
Yeah, I have heard of it. I know that Bree, Four Paws in a Book, read it. And I am typically interested in like, you know, anything that seems to lean, you know, anthropological. But I haven't read anything by him myself either.
By the way, that is a fun nonfiction. Oh no!
I do kind of feel that. I read 2 nonfictions in like the beginning of October, and I was like, I've done it for the year. I've done what I need to do. I'm good.
I have met the quota.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that too. I have to be really on it to read a nonfiction, and I feel like once I've read one, I do kind of feel like it's checked off my list. That's now done.
Mm-hmm. I like, it depends on the topic. Like I like nature focused, like environmental and climate nonfiction is what I usually read by choice. But weirdly, the two of the nonfiction I read this year that wasn't by choice were like 4 collaboration videos, and one of them was for Belle of the Booktuber. Someone recommended me a nonfiction in my round, so
That was hood feminism, right?
yeah, it was hood feminism. So like, duh, it was gonna do well, like obviously. So yeah. And Rainey, who's in the comments, was the other one who she had me read Know My Name, which was also brilliant. So
Oh,
you
that's
know,
an incredible one. Yeah.
yeah.
You know, if a nonfiction's not going to hurt me and make me sad and cry, probably won't reach for it unless it's a topic
Oh
that
my,
I really care about.
you just want to cry. I don't want to cry.
I think I'm the opposite. I'm like, which nonfiction will I read and it will look like a storybook to me or like feel like a storybook to me?
Yeah.
I actually added one on Goodreads today on my TBR that I don't even know how I fell upon it. But I like to read ones that are about things that have happened like in our I want to say our history, like modern history,
Mm-hmm.
that I had never heard of. And the one that I heard about today is called 5 Days at Memorial, and it's about a hospital during Hurricane Katrina where they ended up having to like euthanize, like I think it was like 18 to 20 patients because it was so bad there, that they had gotten to a point to where they were having to decide what was the most humane thing to do with the patients that they had, because they had like all of their backup generators had went out and like there was nothing, they were trapped and no one was coming to save them and they had to make decisions. And I had never heard that before. I'd never heard that that was a thing that had happened. And so I added that one onto my TBR today. I was like, is that going to hurt me? Probably.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it was written by an investigative journalist, and so those are the kind of things that when I read nonfiction, like that's the kind of nonfiction I like to read that helps me learn something about our modern history that I hadn't heard of otherwise.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I have a type of nonfiction. I kind of avoid all of it.
You're like, my type is not reading it.
I do like, I mean, there are some that I've dearly loved. Like I love Born a Crime, Trevor Noah's memoir. I really loved I'm Glad My Mom Died, which was also a memoir.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Hidden Trees, or The Hidden Life of Trees, which is nature
Yes,
related.
I recommended. Well, you planned on reading it anyway, but I recommended that to you.
It's like there are some that I've enjoyed, but like I recently picked up The Wager by David Gran.
Yeah.
Which
Barnes
is
and
about
Noble's best of last year.
yes. I picked it up because it looked fascinating to me, and I like, pirate stories, fictional pirate stories, but I really didn't enjoy that one. So
Yeah, no, I thought about it. I was like, oh, the cover looks great. And then I read about it because Barnes and Noble was like, best book of the year. And then I was like, it's a nonfiction? About a boat
Like,
guy? No. It does not sound interesting.
In my brain, for some reason, memoirs, though they are nonfiction, I don't count them as nonfiction because I feel like they are. Memoirs to me are based off of what you remember about an event, more so than like
Teaching you
actual
something.
facts about an event. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because like if we look at our own history, like if we were to write our own memoir today, how much of that would be fact and how much would be like our memory of a thing? So when I talk about like nonfiction, I read memoirs, obviously.
And now every review from here on out. So I read this fictional memoir.
Yeah,
Right.
I read this like fiction about a real person.
Like, there's a real life story.
It's
But
nonfiction, and I agree that it's nonfiction. But when I talk about nonfiction, like how much I read of it or like how much I like it, I'm not including memoirs in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will
Well, to
say
be
too,
honest,
like,
oops, sorry,
go ahead. Oh, we're so polite. I'll be quick. The one thing is I would definitely read a memoir over an autobiography. Dear God, autobiographies. Like I don't even ask me why. I read the autobiography of B.B. King, and I was just like, this shouldn't have been written like this. He's like, then I did this. And then I'm like, I don't need an entire, like, I was like, give me a little bit of flair, give me a little bit of personality. So I do prefer memoirs over autobiographies. Like if a person has to tell their story, please make it like entertaining. Also, the least famous, the better, actually. I really don't want to hear about famous people, to be honest. So yeah.
I think it depends on the level, like, or the type of fame. I really don't
Mhm.
care about, and probably what their memoirs focus on. Because if their memoirs are going to focus on their career as an actor, I don't care. I don't need to see that. But like if it's like I'm glad my mom died, she focused on like her relationship with her mother. And yes, it involved some of her career, but I really did like that one. But I would say that memoirs are I'm probably most picky about the memoirs that I pick up, because most of the time I'm like, I don't care about this person's life.
Yep. Yeah. I'm like, you're allowed to exist. It's fine. I just don't really care.
Right.
Yeah, it was like I picked up Strong Female Character by Fern Brady, and she narrates the audiobook, and it was like, yeah, it's a good life story, but like I don't know you. And I do think it's interesting, you being who you are and autistic and like your journey with all that, but like I also don't super care.
Right.
But when it's something like Know My Name by Chanel Miller, I'm like, no, I do actually really care about this case and like knowing your side of it. So
Yeah, I definitely, Rainy made me cry, but I definitely cried when I read that. And also the thing is, I listened to that one on audio and she reads it aloud, and I was like, oh my gosh, yeah.
I think I cried in like the introduction, like before the story really began. I was crying. I was like, okay, great.
Yeah, oh boy.
Some praise for the John Green. And yes, Rainy is here. On my way home from a potluck, going to continue listening to We Used to Live Here. I hope you love it. I've heard amazing things.
Book. Highly recommend.
I didn't like it.
Controversy. Ooh.
Just wants to fight me lately. I don't know what it is.
It's because you guys were competitors.
Yeah.
I can see why people wouldn't like it. I don't think it's going to be for everyone.
I read it as part of I'm reading I'm supposedly was making a vlog about books that are said to be like House of Leaves, and that was one that was recommended to me, and it was very disappointing.
I don't think you can compare anything to House of Leaves. I feel like that's just like bad. Like you're set up to have a bad time because they're not going to be the same.
Well, I don't expect anything to be the same, but like similar to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, same vibes.
So far, the closest I got there, spoiler alert for my vlog, which won't come out until like probably, August of next year at the rate that I post videos. So you'll forget by then. Episode 13 by Craig DeLuey, closest I've gotten so far.
Interesting.
That was also a recommendation in one of the Battle of the Booktuber things in round 2.
Yeah. And I think Rainy was the one that recommended it.
Who's in the comments? What? Right now, down below.
Weird circle. Once upon a time, I read nonfiction fairly regularly, but I've fallen out of the habit. Yeah.
Whoa.
Used to read a ton of self-help books. Only now you can hardly see me reading nonfiction. Yeah. I feel like everyone goes through, I feel like it's a phase. And some people, stay there for a while, but I do feel like, because when I was in college, I was reading nonfiction for classes, but I also, I think I was more, I'm going to pick up all these nonfictions and learn all these things. And now I'm like, I just want to learn about dragons and lands that I'll never go to.
Yeah, I just want to escape reality.
I see like a magic system and maybe like a little bit of political intrigue, but if it's too close to home in politics right now, I don't want it.
Right.
It also just takes longer. I feel it sounds terrible, but it just takes me longer to get through a nonfiction book. And I mean, I'm like someone on this 4-person panel who tends to avoid like in long books in general, and even a short nonfiction book feels like it's like a 600-page fiction at times. And so like I never regret typically reading nonfiction except for you, BB King, rest in peace. But it just takes longer. And I feel like we're in this, modern time where just time, we got to get through these things. And I should probably get better about that.
Yeah. Missed the boat with John Green YA craze, but his nonfiction made me love his writing. I need to check something out by him because I mean, he just has a ton of books, so I should probably read something by him.
Either looking for Alaska or Paper Towns if you're going for like his classic YA stuff, I guess. I mean, you could try and read The Fault in Our Stars. I don't know if it's going to hit the same if you're not like the 13-year-old when it came out.
Yeah.
I was a lot older than that when I read it, and I didn't hate it, but there is 130% a scene where they like make out at the back of the Anne Frank house and people clap, and that really lost a lot of
it is weird. It's also like all about terminal illness, which is like
it's an awful like
it's
sad. Avoiding that one.
It's a hard read, but like that took away so much of the heart of the book for me. Like
it happened in the movie too.
Yeah,
like they kept it.
They did. They kept it in the movie.
An interesting choice on both, author and producer. Like, what the heck?
Soundtrack for the movie slaps, though.
I'm sure, like the music swirling as they're making out. Like
it was hard to watch, having watched them as siblings in the Divergent series, and then them being love interest in that. It was a hard watch, man.
Yeah, that's what prevented me from watching. I was like, I can't do this.
It's just ingrained in your brain after seeing it for so long for so many different movies and their siblings, and then your brain's like, oh no.
What a time.
Killers of the Flower Moon, which I believe is nonfiction. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
never
on
heard
my
of it.
TBR. I own it.
Is it on your TBR?
Yep, I've owned it for a few years. I've put it on a couple TBRs. Never read it.
There it sits.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I read that as Hannah Gabby at first, and I was like, Gabby Hannah? No.
Oh God. Yeah. That's a comedian though, Hannah Gadsby, and I do want to read their memoir because I'm sure it's really good.
They are very funny. I have very similar humor to them. The first time I watched their Netflix special, I was crying. I was laughing so hard in bed. Like the second one, not the first one, because the first one's really sad, but the second one.
The first one's really sad, but also really good.
It is really good. But like I will rewatch the second one like over and over and over again, and I still laugh. It jokes 300 times, and I still sit and laugh at it. So
yeah, I still watch the first one, and I still tear up because it is really sad, but it's very funny.
Dinner for Vampires, which is a memoir. Never heard about this, or I've never heard of that. About her being in a cult the entire. I wouldn't like it. I don't like cult books. I hope you enjoy it though. That book sounds interesting, Jess. I live in Louisiana, very devastated part of our state's history. Yes. When I saw your Rex for me in your videos, but don't tell me that, Rainy.
It's like the first thing I'm doing when we're off live. Just watching that video. It's like literally the only tab I have open.
I watched it before we went live.
I was talking to Danny and Leandra the whole time. Ugh. Taking up my time.
Rainy actually posted a comment on it that was like, my favorite lists were these, and it was not hers. 3 other lists, and I was like, perfect.
I actually like these other books.
These ones will be great.
The first person you've heard not liking We Used to Live Here. Interesting.
I'm also the only person that I've heard that didn't like it. So
truly. I gave it 4 stars. I listened to the audiobook, which I enjoyed, and then messaged Vanessa and was like, hey, you had a physical copy. Please tell me what the Morse code at the bottom was, because I didn't get that.
I gave it a 2.5.
That's not terrible.
Hey, you finished it.
I finished it, yeah. So, I mean, honestly, that's high praise from me.
Yeah, it's right down the middle.
I tend to like memoirs written and narrated by comedians. Tragic, but written in an entertaining way. Yeah. I think that's probably my jam too, because that's why I like Trevor Noah's, is because of the fact that he's a very funny, like it was, the narration style was very funny, even though it was horrible things that he was going through. But
Carrie Fisher's Wishful Drinking is really, really good. But don't read it if you want to continue having respect for Harrison Ford, because you will lose it all.
oh,
She still okay, she doesn't
I
still
feel
love
like
him,
I
but
have to read it then.
she no longer exists.
Right.
She's dead, so it's not she's still, but she like very much talks about like how they had like an affair when she first started
I don't know
in
who that man is, so that can be ruined for me.
when they started doing Star Wars, like about the affair that they had, and like he was married with small children and she was 18 and he was like 35 or something, and the drama. And I was just like, I lost a lot of respect for him, but she still talks about like in present day of when that book was published, that like she has a lot of respect for him and cares for him and all this, that, and the other. So she was okay with it, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
Interesting. So Rainey hated episode 13, but recommended it to Kirsten.
I haven't seen anybody that has liked it yet. So
Yeah.
That book was so good back in the day, The Fault in Our Stars.
I read it multiple times. I cried multiple times. But I was like peak like One Direction Tumblr girl right when it came out. Like I was the demographic.
You're like, this is
I've
for me.
not read it since.
Ro is here. Welcome, Ro. The Pouch of Douglas.
the part of the Hannah Gadsby's, she talks about the pouch of Douglas, how it's a part of the human anatomy, a female anatomy, that exists in a place that doesn't actually exist. Hi, Rainey.
Oh,
But she talks about how it was invented by a man whose name was Douglas, and he was a Scottish midwife, and he found it while he was
Are you telling
rummaging
me I
around
have-
in a lady cadaver.
I have a fake part of my body named after a man named Douglas.
Yes.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
isn't it like all women's anatomy is like were like discovered and named by men? Like, I'm pretty sure that's
Pretty
I hate
much.
that.
yeah.
I hate that so much.
what was the? Okay, this doesn't have anything to do with this, but there is a book out there that talks about all the, or was it Tress? It was Tress, wasn't it, Jess? You just read this, that talks about all the men named Doug that don't matter.
Yes.
I'm currently reading that book, and I can
The
confirm.
Dougs. And how every society, no matter how weird the society or species is, they all have a Doug. And when you get to a certain level of Dougs, that is when the apocalypse is going to happen. Once you get too many Dougs, that's when the society is about to collapse.
I was hoping I had
Brandon
that one right.
Sanderson's
I was
next
like,
book. The Dogs. The Mysterious Case of the Dogs.
Right.
All I can think of is wasn't there like a children's show called Doug?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
all I can think of.
With a dog named Pork Chop.
Whale Man.
Whale Man.
And Rainey has joined us. Hello, Rainey.
Hello from the abyss.
How are you doing this evening?
Good. Got back from a potluck. So I have a lot of reading I need to do.
We can help with
Don't
that.
we all?
I really
We are really close to in the comments. I swear we're going to go into a sprint. Planning to read Dinner for Vampires from Spotify
Ooh.
Presets. Lovely.
Oh, yes. That was funny. It was so funny. I was watching it and I was like, oh, I love Josie's list actually. And then I was like, oh, Kirsten's list. And then Michaela's, I was like, well, I'm not really a horror person right now. And then I went to mine and I went, okay. I'm gonna try.
Listen, I was trying to do the romantasy.
Are any of them romantic?
I think the Phoenix Keeper is.
Oh, is it?
Nope.
Okay. Because what was
Is
that?
it not?
No, I can't
Oh
remember.
no!
Someone told
It's,
me it was cozy.
It's a cozy sapphic story about zookeepers, specifically in the birds,
Okay.
fantastical birds area of the zoo. Super cozy, very low stakes, like beat for beat, but the relationships are very cute. The characters are cute.
Oh no,
It's also YA.
that might be
Rainey's
my
not a cozy
downfall.
person.
I'm not.
Listen, that was my fourth.
That was no, but the first one when you were like, I'm really gonna need you to go to like trust me on the sci-fi, and as soon as you said sci-fi, I went, oh no.
No,
I
but it's so
don't love
good.
it.
Rainy, it's so good. You have to read it.
I'm gonna read them all. I'm a little scared of all of them, and then there's a historical one, and I'm like, what are we doing? I don't know. It's
Kirsten's
fine.
list had horror on it, so I wasn't giving you horror recs because you didn't want. I didn't think you were in your horror era.
Wait, whose list had horror?
Kirsten,
Which one
My-
was it again?
My Darling Dreadful Thing.
I know, but I
Good
want to
book.
read that so bad right now.
It's a good book.
Like that's
Very
on.
good.
Like I just put that down because what was it? I think Jan was reading it and it sounded good. But I'm only reading We Used to Live Here right now because everybody and their mother is reading it and said it was good, and I get FOMO. So
Yep. That's
It's
the booktube life.
I'm gonna read these books. When I don't know, but at some point I will read your Rex.
The demographic, or you were the demographic for John Green when John Green fell off quickly. Yeah.
He has like I watched UnCarly talk about the deep dive of his like online career, which was very good. But I'm also subscribed to Dropout TV, and he has a comedy special about his like cancer treatment and stuff, and it's so funny. So good.
Fault in Our Stars sounds like a bridge too far for me.
No,
I have an Uncle Doug. I had an Uncle Doug too. He's since passed, but
I think Doug's and Bob's are like the uncle names.
yes.
I have
Reading
two Uncle
Clever
Bobs
Girl.
that I'm not related to.
You have two?
Two. And I'm not related to, like, do you ever just have like that person that your family's like, this is Uncle Bob, and you're just like, cool,
Yes.
how are we related to him? And they're like, we're not.
Yeah.
yes.
I have two of those.
I think we
I'm
use
natural.
cousin for ours. Like, these are your cousins. And I'm like, how are they my cousins? Well, they're really not.
My boyfriend had a lot of those too. Where like his cousin, but it's like you just call him a family friend. He's just a friend.
I want to read that Sapphic book. So I think Phoenix Keeper maybe is what you're talking about.
I'm not
Is it
gonna
from
lie.
real, like,
I
website?
thought that when you said sci-fi, this was gonna be the book that popped up on the screen, and I was like, okay. And then it was the other sci-fi book that I knew, and I was like, oh,
I liked The Blighted Stars, but I didn't like the sequel to The Blighted Stars. So that's
Oh.
why that wasn't a possibility. But and now I'm trying to think of what your other books were.
you gave me
Because-
Soulless,
Yes.
which Leandra was like, that's historical, and I was like, okay. And then We
Yeah.
Hunt the Stars, or no, not We Hunt the Stars, whatever it's called, Hunt the Stars. Yes.
Yeah, Hunt the
And then-
Stars, also amazing.
And what was the second one? You gave me Phoenix Keeper, that was fourth. What was the second one? Oh, Ray Bear. I saw that and went, what?
Yeah.
I was like, Brittany recommended it to me 2 years ago for 12 and 12, and I did not get to it. And then I asked her like today, would I still like that? And she said, probably not. And I said, well, I'm gonna try it anyway.
Listen, I apparently just don't understand what romantasy is because all of those books have romance in them. And they're fantasy.
No, when you
Yeah,
said
fantasy
they're
romance does not
fantasy-
make romantasy.
Yes,
Yeah,
it does.
It really doesn't.
It
It
doesn't.
really doesn't.
It does not. I would not label any of those four as romantasy, but
Soulless is a paranormal romance set in
they
historical
all
era.
have a romance.
But
It's just not romantic.
the Soulless series is fantastic. And
It
it's
is.
not, and I don't like historical very
Oh.
much. So it's more about like the romance and the
Yeah.
creatures than the history parts of it.
I'm gonna do them. I'm gonna read them all. We gonna see.
I
They'll
told
all
you.
be 5
Would I-
stars.
Would I call them romantasy? No, ma'am. I would not.
This is why I don't read romantasy because I apparently don't know what it is.
No, I think you need to read one.
That's
and then
true.
you'll get it.
But which one is the question?
Well, but I've
Start
read
from the
like
Wings of Night.
Akatar is romantasy, isn't it? Or is
Okay,
it not?
that's not the one we're gonna read. That's not it. No.
I mean,
Oh my gosh.
Is it
Wait, so Akatar doesn't count?
Yeah.
no, Avatar counts, but that's not the one that we're gonna.
It's the blueprint.
Like, don't go for. I don't know. That one's just It's just
It's also
You're not
like
helping
2
me.
smart scenes.
I just want you to read better romantasy. There's better in the world.
I'm
Well, no,
reading
no,
right
I'm
now for the
right.
first time. having
I've
a great
read both
time.
of these.
No, I love them. I do love them, but like
The Serpent and the Wings of Night.
oh
Danny.
yes, please.
That one I
have
think you'll
10
enjoy.
copies. You can read that. That's acceptable. But if you don't
got
love
vampires,
it,
it's
I can't
trials,
hear
it's
about it.
definite fantasy. But like the romance is thick.
See, and
Oh.
I'm not a big romance fan. Depends on the book, but
No,
You
you
might
just
like
need
it.
me to make you the every romantasy challenge like I did Brittany. Hee hee. So for
'cause
Brittany
I'm
not
sure
doing
that would
safe
work
with
well
them-
for me.
No, but it's funny because the ones I thought for sure Brittany would love, she has not. So I was like, oh well, then I have no chance because the ones I thought were a given, have failed.
So what you're saying is that the next battle of the Booktuber round where people have to recommend books to Danny, the whole team should get together and everyone recommends her only romantasy books, and then she's forced to read them.
I mean, I'll just do that if I get in as wild card. Who knows?
Yes.
Read a romantasy.
Oh boy,
No, I'm
that
on
would
board
be a
with it.
wild card move.
I would never do that because I want to win. I don't want to give Danny romantasy.
I have heard good things
I would
about
throw.
Fading to Blood, but I have not read it.
A Fading to
I
Blood
liked
is
it.
good. I liked it. It was political, but I don't know if I don't know. Well, I don't know if you'd like that. But.
Brittany and I have that slated in for 2026, I think.
Oh,
maybe
good.
2027.
Okay.
Might be.
It's on the docket.
Yeah,
Is
it's
this a fair
similar.
definition? Because if this is a fair definition, I think that some of the books I recommended definitely fit the category.
It's really not. It's really it's a vibe. It's
vibe.
It is a vibe. You can't really put a label.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain.
You have to like read them to know.
Yes. Like you just have to read them to know.
I love
Yeah.
this comment.
Yeah, honestly, the more you guys talk, the less I understand, and the more I hear.
Leandra's
Like,
just scared that she'll have to recommend them if I end up in there because she'll be like, because we were talking of like, oh yeah, my two genres would be this, and she's like, oh no.
I'm like, okay, so
Like I
that's
don't read
the
romantasy
thing.
and I don't read dark romance. I'm like, it's okay.
Yeah, that'll be just shots in the dark for you. Then I'm literally not. I'm just gonna be like, I don't know. Apparently, this is an option.
A little sneak peek for those of you in the audience. In the championship round, our competitors do get to choose two genres that they are getting recommendations in. So there's a little bit more control over the people who are receiving the books. And so it's definitely daunting.
It's okay.
Romantasy has romance as the main plot, but
Yes.
current trends in romantasy are specific and particular.
Yes. Yeah. It's just its own entity. I don't know.
I also have an issue with just the fact that it's called romantasy. I've told Danny this etymology wise, that should not be the way it's said, because the main noun is the romance. The other genre is acting on it, pretending to be an adjective. So in reality, it should be fantasy romance. Fantasy.
I mean, it
acting on
is.
romance.
They're. I feel like they're interchangeable, but people are like, no, you call it a fantasy romance if it's primarily fantasy, and I was like, eh.
I know,
Yeah,
and
no, I just say fantasy romance.
etymologically, it's wrong. It's wrong. So like if it's heavily romance, then it should be a fantasy romance. If it's heavily
You can
fantasy,
just call it. You can just call it
fantasy.
romance. There you go.
A what?
Romance.
Romance.
Like fantasy romance. Romance.
A romance.
No, they call it
between
fan
friars.
row.
What?
Either romantasy or fan row.
Oh yeah,
Those are,
fan
like,
row
the
is
two
the other one.
terms.
Fan row.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Both of them I don't know anything about, apparently.
Oh,
You'll have to learn. It's a Goodreads choice now. It's makes me so mad, but whatever.
Which I actually should have known that I know nothing about it, because Bree's video that she just put out about romantasy, as I was reading them, I think I knew two of the titles. Like I'd never heard of any of the other ones, and I was like, "Yep, this isn't for me."
Oh, I see. When her video came out, I was like, "Oh, we are on the same track. We have the same thought." Yes. Anyway.
Well, on this really terrifying path that we've gone down, I'm going to put us into a sprint.
Thank you.
So we will see you guys back in an hour. Hello and welcome back. Hope that sprint went well for you. Let us know in the comments what you guys got done. How did that sprint treat you, Leandra?
Well, I ended up getting through chapter 16. So I got to my buddy read pages, listened, had to catch up to some of Julie's thoughts on the book. And then I started working on my bucket list-a-thon little, I think it came out pretty good as far as like looking like the board. Yeah. And then Rainey, you saw my my Winter-a-thon one. Look at with color. Woohoo.
You
So nice.
did way better than me on both of those spreads. I just pasted stuff into my notebook, honestly. So
Honestly, that takes less time. I respect that choice as well because I think that makes more sense. But yeah, so I listened to Julie, responded to her. I also saw Kirsten in the comments who made me laugh. So she's cracking me up.
What about you, Sam? What did you?
I finished my little novella, and then I was gonna go to the bathroom and like move my body because I haven't in the last like 3 hours. But then my cat laid on me, and so now I'm just here.
They always know when you want to get up.
Yep. But now I can start the 13th child in
Yay.
the next sprint, and I'm so excited.
I'm excited for you. I'm assuming you've read from Aaron Craig before.
All of them, I think, are 5 stars. If not, Small Favors was a 4, but I still think it was 5. So, one of my favorite authors ever.
What about you, Jess? What did you get done?
I got to 74% in this weapon of a book. And I moved some books around on the shelves, but you can't tell because it's about 4 shelves higher than that. I don't know how many shelves are there. I don't know. 3 more than what you can see. Way up there at the top.
What about you, Rainey? What did you get done?
well, I got to 70% of We Used to Live Here. So I'm getting there. I should hopefully finish tonight. It says I have an hour left at the speed I'm listening to. So I can finish. And then I did my spreads, which I've just printed it. Just printed. It's fine. And then also just printed. But I did cut out the ones that I got. So
Yeah.
I can like keep track. Okay. So we're not Leandra level.
Yeah, I just printed
Honestly,
them out,
I
too.
think I need to be your guys' level because like I might just become a printing person because it's a lot.
I
It's
just don't have
fun.
time, honestly. So we got to go with what we got to go with.
I paid a butt ton of money for that printer and that fancy sticker cutter machine, and I'm going to use it for every single solitary thing I can use it for. That's why I print mine out.
That's true.
Makes sense.
That's true.
I'm going to get my money out of it, so my price per use goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. I got to 42% in Strange Beasts, and I'm really liking it. I think that it's amazing. I'm having a lot of fun.
I will
So-
read it as soon as it comes to me. I will read it.
I am so happy for you, truly. I am so glad you're liking it.
It scared me when I knew that when you posted on Goodreads, like your update for it. I was like, oh no, am I going to hate this book?
Yeah. I had a rough October though, so it very well could have just been me. I think I gave out like 1 actual 5-star. So
Dracula and
You did
Sherlock
post every
Holmes.
day.
yeah, and I also read 37 books. So
Wow.
it's too much.
37?
Just in October, that is too much.
Are you
Yeah, it's a lot.
okay?
Like that's gross, actually.
Today's the first day that I read a book in a little bit. Like it was like I'm decompressing. So it's been me just chilling lately.
Good. That's a good thing to take a minute and breathe. We had Alicia join us on that sprint. Hello.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I don't want to upset you. No, please.
And I love this comment from Kirsten. And I'm sorry, Kirsten, that I took 2 of your recommendations.
Oh my gosh, I think it's hilarious. And honestly, though, because what was it? Stranger Times. I mean, I've told you this before, Danny, that you've recommended to me maybe like last year, and I borrowed it, but then I never got to it. So like it was been one that, and then what was the other one? I think she said the second recommendation.
It might have
can't
been
remember.
The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter.
Okay. Yeah, that one's another one that you
That's a good rec
had.
for you.
Yeah, like that's one's been on my radar. And even Goblin Emperor. I know that that one doesn't sound, but as far as a type of fantasy goes, I think it sounds like it's for me.
Yeah. The Stranger Times I feel a little bit bad about because I did get that rec from Kirsten and I read it and I loved it and I was like, Leandra would like this.
Oh no.
Sorry.
I just have to recommend me more books, Kirsten.
Exactly. I'm just trying to stretch your mind. I'm trying to help. Trying to help the cause, get more books out
Mhm.
there. And Rope joined us. Hello, welcome. And we're sprinting for one more. So we will have one more sprint. Jamie also joined. Hello. Just finished watching the live show. Congrats to Sam. Yes, congratulations.
Yay.
You're like, now I have to do work.
Now I have to think of more decent recommendations for people. Study for like 5 hours.
Well, and you'll have to check out the different things that are coming up with the championship round because it's quite different. I'm excited about it. Lotta has also joined us. Hello, Lotta. Welcome. Just got home from Germany, but wanted to say hi before I go to bed. Yeah, I was gonna say it's late there. The live show is good. Yeah, no worries. You can watch it whenever you want. Page 118, Fire Study. Hoping to get a big chunk in the final sprint. Very nice. Sarasha is here. Hello. Welcome. Hit 38%, settled in with crochet, and also took a reading break and watched my new video. Thank you. I hope you liked it. I've had a lot of fun with the comments coming in. People saying like they're scared of my recs or they think they're going to be good. I'm curious. I feel like you have a very small overlap in the Venn diagram of books we like. We both rated Poison Study a 4-star.
Yes,
Great.
but you are continuing on with that series, and alas, I am not.
Oh,
I don't know. Like, I liked it, and I did have a good time when I read it, but I just have no, like, I just don't care what happens after this. Like, I'm just like, it was good. But which makes me think that it was really a 3. But we're gonna stay at a 4.
sometimes, like I think sometimes though books just feel like it'd be okay if they were a standalone to you,
Yeah.
and if you don't want to continue on.
Plus, I've heard they don't actually get better as you go, and I'm just like, okay, well then, I'm done.
Started below. Nice.
Oh, that's on my Winter-a-thon bingo list.
Woo-hoo. Hoping to get another chunk of Night Film read during the next sprint. I'm currently on page 80. I love that book. I already want to reread it. I finally got dinner done. Took longer than anticipated. Oh no. But I did have The Goblet of Fire to listen to while cooking. Nice. 37. And then 37. How?
I have the best job in the sense that I can just listen to audiobooks at the office, and I work 9-hour shifts 4 days a week. So I can listen to like 2 audiobooks in a day sometimes. So
Very nice.
that helps a lot.
Do you get them mixed up though if you're reading them so close together? No?
No, but I also, in my like book tracker, I have a page where like I update my notes 25, 50, 75% in, and then like
Oh.
end of thoughts, so that I can kind of keep track for my wrap-ups. So that way I'm like, what did I actually think of this book as it was progressing?
Right.
And that helps keep them more clear in my head.
That's very organized. I do not update in the middle. I've tried to do that where I have a bullet journal that I've tried to like write updates. I've also tried to do the notes on Goodreads and I just don't do it. I'm sitting on my couch. I don't want to open up my browser.
I'll do the Goodreads notes on my phone, but I'll never look back at them when I'm reviewing books. But a lot of times, like, I'm listening to an audiobook for a video.
Yeah.
And so I'll fake the video being like, hee hee, my 50% check-in.
Oh, there's so many times I've lied and said I'm at 50%. I finished that book 5 days ago. You'd never know.
You never know.
Never know.
And you change shirts.
Oh, I have.
Run into a different setting.
Yes.
I've changed shirts before. I don't even care. You won't know.
I do that on like
Live, I
Wednesdays
don't
because
know.
Wednesdays are my filming days. So it's like, okay, I have to film 3 videos. I'll just change my shirts.
We all do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely have done that before. I'll have like 3 or 4 shirts just like hanging on my chair waiting for me to change for the next video. Like,
I've done that when I've been live streaming before and doing sprints and like filming during the
Yes.
sprinting. And so every time we come back to a chat, I'm wearing a different shirt.
I love that. Stranger Times and The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter are so good. I love them. They are
See, I was
fantastic.
going to give Kirsten The Alchemist's Daughter, and then she had read that one already. And I was like,
Mm.
That's the worst
been a good
part is
recommend.
when you know like the book that would be absolutely perfect for them. And then you go to check and they've already given it a 5-star. And you're like, well, I was right, but
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it
worse
doesn't
when they
count.
don't mark it
Good.
down. It's worse when they don't mark it.
I will say, I'm pretty sure
Aw.
Kirsten has been updating her Goodreads.
Oh, I know she has.
I know. I was gonna say this time around, everyone was like targeting Krista, being like, "Those books weren't on your Goodreads," and I was like, "Oh my gosh,
I
this is
saw
like
her
Kirsten
saying
in
that in the
round
live
2."
show. When she was saying that in the live show, I was like, this is just not fair. I understand.
Oh gosh.
Sam, how long is a little break? Because it's only the 2nd of November.
I took Thursday and Friday
Oh,
off.
wow.
I watched nothing but Booktube at work both days.
Nice.
Getting
was a
that watch
productive
later
break.
down.
Yeah.
Watch later is like 814.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I think the further books are where we diverge. Okay. They're more adventurous, no romance.
I don't have to have purely romance. It's not like I don't love fantasy. I guess it's just more, if it's all just like a war or something, I'm like, yeah, I'm out. And I'm out.
I think you need to give me a list of Rainy's favorite books and I will read them so then I will understand.
Hmm.
I just don't know how that would go, quite honestly. I'd be scared for my books.
You used to have a job like that. I know, I love that. If only all of us could have that. I will never live it down.
Oh, I kid. I wouldn't have won even if that had not happened. So I needed more points than that. So it's fine.
Books 2 and 3 are mostly hunting a serial killer.
Ooh. You're still not going to get me to read that series. But I loved book 1. So, let's just end on a good note.
Yeah. That works.
You gotta be brutal about the series you decide to continue. There's just too many.
I know there are so many that I have a spreadsheet full of them. And I think I DNF'd 8 of them earlier this year. And I feel like there are some more that I haven't said I'm DNFing that in my head I'm like, I'm not going to continue.
Well, it was funny.
I have so many of those.
There's this fantasy romance girl that was like, oh yeah, I'm in the middle of 19 series. And then Cassidy posted, sent to her Patreon, oh, here's my list of series spreadsheets, because she wanted us to vote on something. And she had maybe 30 or 40. And then I was like, oh dear God, I have over 150.
Same.
So let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about
Do
it.
you think you're actually going to continue with all 150 or are there?
Well, no. I'm really only in the middle of 40. I have over 150 series in some form on my shelves, but so many have not even been started.
Oh, okay.
I have over 100 that I'm actively have started.
No,
it's just a matter of which I'll DNF, basically.
Right.
But that is true. How many of these am I actually going to start, though? That's also a question. How many am I going to start? How many am I going to finish? Who knows?
Finish? None. Never.
I have anxiety over my physical TBR being in the 20s. So I can't imagine having.
Yours is in the 20s?
I think it might be less than that now because of the books I read in October.
Majority of the series that I've started, I don't own.
I have
to listen to a lot of audiobooks.
I have to leave the island. Goodbye. At 20, I can't. I don't. The limit doesn't exist for me.
Yeah,
I mean, I would love it
me.
having that many, but I think I would feel anxious all the time because I would feel like they're just staring at me.
Oh, I am anxious. I'm very much anxious.
Oh, but they make such cute decor.
They do. They do. Have I read any of the books behind me though? Not really. It's fine.
This
It's
is
a
also
different
why,
hobby.
though, like you rock with competitive readathons because you have a plethora of options.
That is helpful. That is helpful. I will say. I can just walk into my room and say, okay, which book works for this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Leandra looks
This is
good.
just my look tonight, apparently. You guys just keep baffling me. Yeah, well, especially to be honest, I'm terrible when it comes to series. I don't think about them at all. I could forget that I started a series years ago, and I'm like, oh, that was a series? Thought it was a standalone.
Oh, so you don't
I
track
literally
them or
don't care.
anything.
What'd you say?
You don't track them or anything.
No, don't track them. Nothing. I'm just like, like we'll see.
See,
That's
that
why.
that would give me anxiety. Not tracking.
But I don't think about it, so I'm like, I'm fine. Nothing.
Oh,
Like it doesn't even.
you're gonna start thinking about it. I just feel.
Well,
I
Danny
don't know.
made me think about it because for Bucket Listathon, I landed on last in a series, and I was like, I don't finish series. I'm not close enough to finishing any series to have a last book. I'm like, I don't even think I have one. And I had one on my shelf, and I'm like, I guess I'm reading you because I literally don't continue series.
And it was a
That's
series I
hilarious.
don't think you wanted to continue.
And I didn't want to. I just didn't want to
You know
finish
what's
it.
funny is I think I almost landed on that, and I went, are there any series that you're actually almost done with? And then I was like, no. I've been a bunch of a middle of duologies. I could finish a duology.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I have one last in a series that I was forced to add to my TBR, and I'm already preparing myself to DNF it because I just don't want to. I don't care. I don't want to finish it. I don't know.
But it'll be off of your TBR.
True.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I mean, me who was trying to get rid of books on my TBR last year, DNF 75 books. So, like, they're gone. I tried to read them.
Mm-hmm.
They'd been sitting around for like 6 years, and I was like, now's the time to try them. And I did a bunch of like reading the first chapters of books and deciding if I was going to continue on or not. I think I did like 4 or 5 of those last year.
I might need to try that. That would be really fun, but also daunting.
It's
I
fine.
do think that's fun. Like to see your reactions as you're going through it and be like, I don't feel like this. It's gonna go.
Well, when it's been 6 years since you bought them and like your reading taste is completely different. And so it's just like, yeah.
See, I should get rid of a bunch of books because I do know that my reading taste has changed. But then I like stare at the book and I go, I can't get rid of you. I'm gonna read you at some point. And I'm like, when, Rainy? When?
That's my denial too. I'm just like, I'll get to it eventually.
I'm like,
all
I
books.
bought you with every intention of reading you.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah,
didn't happen.
best of intentions.
Had some YA hanging around, made a point this year of either finishing or DNFing. Next
Mhm.
year it's duologies. Oh, so you have like a theme, Tennille. Nice.
Although Leandra's your series where you check in on what books you've bought this year, like releases,
Mhm.
I was like, okay, that's a real problem, Rainy. You cannot keep buying books in like the year that they came out, expecting to read them, and then not, and then years down the line, you still haven't read them. I need to get my ish together.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's one I was like, I think with the series one, I don't really think about it. So I was like, that would be such a like undertaking for me to try to think about all the series. I think I'm too far gone and I just don't care. But with Purchased, I'm like, every year's new. I know what if I keep track, it's like a fresh thing. I think I can't keep track of things long term, but I can keep track of something for a year. And so that's
But
what
are
I'm
you
doing.
you're only tracking ones that actually came out this year, not just a book?
No, I'm keeping track of every book I've bought in 2024. Like it's not just new releases.
No.
I also do that, and I have a little like percentage score based off the ones that I check off that I read. I think I've read like 36% of what I bought this year,
Okay.
but I also have like book subscriptions, and so it's like, okay, a lot of these are like
I got rid of those because
Yeah.
I was like, this isn't helping me because these books are coming in and I'm just plopping them on my shelf. But
Yep.
I think I've got, what did I say, like 21 or 22 books that I need to read before 2024 ends, and then I can say I've read everything I've bought in 2024.
Nice.
I
Doable.
don't want to talk about how many books I've bought this year and have read or not read. We're just gonna pretend it's not a thing.
Yeah, see, I don't count my book subscription boxes as like purchased books for the year because
Ah,
it's kind of different where it's like I can't choose the books.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
And I'm
that's
also more comfortable like setting them aside for a rainy day type of thing because I have to be in like certain moods. But I do actually pick up the book subscription boxes more than my physical like purchased because I wanted 2 books, and so I need to better that.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Today, I organized the major categories of narrative-based media that I've completed / begun. Let's just say 100 isn't too far off.
Yeah. Don't want to think about the shows that I'm in the middle of ever.
Mm,
I don't finish those.
I don't either.
Game series is where I feel the least like a completionist, except Zelda. There are only 4 games in the series, and I haven't played. And I will fix that within the next 1 to 2 years. I love
There you
that.
go.
I would say I'm probably worse about not finishing shows than I am not finishing series. Although I think about books more often than I think about shows, and so
Yeah, I
I
do
think that I
too.
will actually tell myself like, no, I'm not going to complete that series, or yes, I will. Whereas,
Well, but then with series, it's like most of the time, if I need to finish a series, I can find a video refresher. I don't know if I can always find that for shows. And so then it's like, okay, well, it's been like how many years since I've watched this? Like, I'm not going to remember anything. Like, and
yeah,
I'm not going to start at the
If
beginning
you
again. So then it's
Yeah,
like,
if you
well,
ask me what shows I've recently read, I could recently read shows. Oh god.
Books on the brain.
If you ask me like what shows I've watched this year and like what I'm in the middle of, I couldn't tell you. Like I don't keep track of it. So
Yeah.
maybe I need to start doing that.
maybe it could be fun content.
Technically, okay. I unhauled the series, I think the year before last, or the year before that. I got rid of them a long time ago, but a friend of mine borrowed them, and then she moved in the midst of borrowing them, and all of her books are in boxes in the basement still. And so I was like, listen, whenever you find them, just keep them, because I'm probably never going to pick them up again. Did I then repurchase them because I started reading them for the Mass Effect read-along and enjoy them? Yes. Does she have copies that are like the original hardcovers that are worth hundreds of dollars in her basement right now? Yes.
It happens.
I mean, I have those ones on my shelves because my sister has them. And I was like, well, I don't think she remembers I own them anymore because I've had them for so long. They're mine. I'm just gonna keep
I told her, I said, just so you're aware, you have about $1,000 worth of Throne of Glass books in your basement. And she's like, do you want them back? And I was like, no, save them for a rainy day. You have a toddler. It's fine. Like if you need some dollar bills,
Just
it's
like
down there.
don't let them get damaged is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I'm saying,
Yeah,
like,
keep
be
them
aware that
safe.
they're there. Make sure
Yeah.
they're, because people will pay good money for those.
Yes.
I'm proud of myself. I knew what TOG meant.
Look at you.
I was like, yeah, I was going to ask, and I was like, no, Leandra, you know.
You know.
Books, on the other hand, I'm reading One Piece and the Cosmere. Need I say more? No, because One Piece
Those are-
alone.
It's like 853 copies of One Piece or some stupid number.
Yeah. I know that I have a
Crazy.
book buying addiction, but I simply cannot afford having a manga addiction. I
No.
just can't do it.
No. Well, they take up so much space. I don't even want to know how many how many I've purchased and also read. I'm with Rainey.
I mean, I do know. I keep track. Will
I
I
do.
ever share it? Absolutely not.
My
That's
finances
me
are
and
private.
my eyes
Yeah.
only.
I did count my TBR shelf at the end of October because I haven't counted it for a few months because, again, rotting inside my corpse. But I am below 60, which is my goal. And I've bought a whole bunch lately and not read a bunch. So I'm going to say the months that I didn't count, I was also under 60. So,
I
so
mean,
far.
let's just say I bought more books in October than there are days in the month. But let's also say it was a local library sale. So they were like 50 cents, 25 cents,
Absolutely.
a
We support that.
dollar. So, you
Yeah,
know,
support our libraries. Woo!
I did. That I did.
Well, and also, I don't count multiple books in a series as more than one book on my TBR. Like if I buy a 20-book series, that counts as one book because I can't read the other 19 until I've read the first one. but they don't get to come off of the shelf until I've read them all. So I have to read all 20 before that one book comes off of the shelf.
That's
I have a weird system.
Oh, because you
Girl
have to think
math
about
does
separating
math
series.
correct. That makes perfect sense to me.
Well, because like I want to have like 50 to 75 books to choose from, but I can't read those other 20 books if I haven't read the first one. So why should I count
Right.
them?
That makes
Yeah.
sense. So yeah, they're literally not readable.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not readable yet.
Unless it's a standalone series.
Or unless you pull a Gavin and read the first and the last book.
I've done
That's
that
true.
once.
What? What series did you do that for?
The Inheritance Game.
Oh,
That's not.
Everyone was like, the sequel is such like a middle syndrome book. Like it was supposed to be a duology, and then she made it into 3 books, and the middle one was just so unnecessary. I got the full picture. I understood what happened without it.
I personally think the first book is the only one worth reading.
Yeah.
You read the first book, you read a synopsis of the second book, and then you read the third book.
Yeah.
There
You got the
you
whole
go.
picture. You know which brother won. You know how it ends. Never done it since.
I just love that Gavin did that with Throne of Glass. I'm like, oh dear
Wild.
God.
Wheel of Time.
Oh, and
Yeah.
Wheel of Time. And Wheel of Time.
Yeah. This
Oh
is
my.
How? I couldn't understand what was happening in the 2 Wheel of Time books that I read, let alone reading one and then the last one.
Yeah, no. There's too much.
It was so funny though to watch. I was just like, oh Gavin. Oh,
if
Gavin.
anyone's gonna do it.
I bought myself The Scarlet Alchemist for my birthday last year, and it was coming up on my birthday, and I still hadn't read it. So I read it last month. It was very good. I
That's
love
on
that.
my
Like whenever
shelf.
you wait in anticipation and then it works out. Love it when it works out.
I mean, that's
the
on
amount
my
of like
shelf.
same, but the amount of like rainy day books that I have in my back pocket where I'm like, one day is gonna be the perfect day for this specific book. And then I forget about them. And I forget what the occasion was.
I don't have rainy day books. I have rainy day authors. Like
Yeah.
for days when I just need something to read to get me out of a funk or out of a reading slump, and that is Frida McFadden and Darcy Coates. They just, no matter how good or bad the book is, it's entertaining. That's pretty much all I require when I'm having a rough reading time.
That checks out.
It's good that you found something that works for you, though, as far as like getting out of a reading slump, because I know that's a struggle.
Tell me about it.
I've actually never collected a manga volume in my life. Everything I read in that medium comes from the library. Also, this year
Smart.
is a new record. I only bought a grand total of 6 books. That's amazing.
You can tell that booktubers have an issue.
I mean, I think
we
I,
have
Normal
a
people
problem.
are just like,
I think I bought 6 books by like January 2nd.
Oh, for sure. Me too.
yeah.
Like,
I had pre-ordered more than 6 books for 2024
yes.
by January 1. So,
oh, yeah.
so.
I think I only pre-ordered like maybe 6 books this year. I'm kind of proud of myself. This was,
I
like, the one
have
year I
not
was, like,
pre-ordered
chill.
anything for 2025 yet because I was like, you need to
Same.
slow your roll. So, I mean, plus we have a Barnes and Noble now. And so I was like, now I don't really have to pre-order because I could just walk into the store. Plus, Barnes and Noble never arrives on the day of release. It arrives like 6 days later. And I'm like, well, this is not helpful.
I'm not reading it on the day of release anyway, Rainy.
I was
But
gonna say, I was like, Rainy.
Songbird, yes, I am. For Miss Carissa Broadbent, oh, yes, I am.
If that was
Didn't
coming
you
out
not
on
do that with the
paperback, I
second
would.
book in that series?
I am
You didn't
starting
read-
that tomorrow because I
And
am
when did it
almost
come
done
out?
with my reread.
And when did it come out?
When did what come out?
The second book in that series.
Well, the series was already out before I started reading any of it. Thank you very much. And I may or may not have wanted the journey to end.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, I feel like I have to
I'm
buy
reading
that whole
book
series.
on the 19th. You just wait.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds great.
Okay.
Now
I'll
that
text
it's, like,
you my update.
Traditionally published, it's not coming out in paperback until July, and I'm like, well, I have the traditionally published versions. I don't want to start collecting in hardback now.
Yeah.
What for what, Serpents?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm just mad because I have the traditionally published ones and now the size is different.
Ugh.
So now
Great.
it goes from this size to like the teeny ones. And I was like, well, I'm not going to buy them again, but I'm not going
No.
to get rid of these. So I don't know what I'm going to do.
That's irritating.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
I better get myself into gear and buy all the Throne of Glass books for 2025. Only read the first.
I've also
There's
only read the
time.
first.
I'm
But
not
I-
as obsessed with
Oof.
that series as I thought I would be. I'm liking it, but I'm not live, laugh, loving for it like other people are. Like other people are like obsessed with it, and I don't get the obsession yet. But then everyone also said it's better on the second reread or the second read, and I said, okay, well that's a lot to expect me to read it again.
What book are you on, Rainey?
I'm about to read the tandem read, Tower
Oh,
of Dawn.
so
and
you're
Empire of
exactly where I'm at. I'm live, laugh, loving, girl. Let me tell you.
I'm not live, laugh, loving.
You're doing the tandem read for the first time? First read through?
Yeah.
Yes, because that's what everyone
Okay,
says. to
crazies.
do.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I'm
I will
reading
be
it.
reading one at a time. Thank you.
I'm reading it with my group, so I'm reading it the way that they're reading it, and that's the
Well,
way
and
that
I'm
they're
reading it with my friends, and it's just funny because we're always like, okay, this month we're going to read this book. And then we don't get to it. And then another month goes by and we're like, okay, we're reading it in this month. And then the month that we choose to read it is the month that the readathon is doing it. And I was like, oh, look, we're participating with them.
You guys are participating. You are like pretty much along with us the whole time.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're tandem reading, but we're not getting to that until January because we're finishing off A Court of Frost and Starlight. Is that the next one? I don't even know. Whichever one of those books is next.
I mean, I'm not
But,
hating
yeah,
it.
novella.
I'm living and laughing. I'm just not and liking. Live, laugh,
Do
like.
do you not love Manon? Because like I live, laugh, love for Manon alone.
Speaking of Manon.
Let's just say I should have not tried to only listen to Air of Fire because that really messed me up because there were too many perspectives and too many new characters, and so I didn't really give a rat's booty about Manon until Queen of Shadows. Now I love Manon, but I did not. I feel like I don't understand as much, and I probably should reread Air of Fire, but that's not going to happen.
I was crying over wyvern dragony things. Like I was going through it.
Oh,
And
I
the
mean, I
book-
don't cry, so that's also a thing. But
I was emotionally destroyed.
I shed no tear. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't cry about things like my sister died and I didn't cry, okay? But like I will cry over a book. Like don't get me
I feel
wrong.
that.
I have
Nope.
problems. I'm not
feel
I'm not
that.
emotionally connected to real life emotions. I will weep over a book so hard.
Mhm.
I won't weep over a book, but I'll weep over a movie. You see me at Lilo and Stitch, I'm crying. You see me at Pocahontas, I'm crying. Everything, I'm crying.
I don't remember what I was watching the other day, but I was literally like in racking sobs the other day watching something on TV. I don't even remember what it was. And I was like, you need to calm down.
Every single episode of This Is Us, crying, sobbing.
I've definitely done that with books before where I can't continue reading because I can't see because I'm like sobbing.
Kaike is the only one that's done that to me this year where I'm like, I simply can't read the words.
I kind of wish I could feel what y'all are feeling, but I'm just stone cold. I just don't know.
It's interesting that you do that with movies, and it's not an auditory thing because you've read audiobooks, and I'm assuming audiobooks don't make you cry either.
I don't know. I think it's a visual thing. Like I'm seeing it, and I don't always see everything in my brain when I'm reading. Like I don't see, like I see things. My sister sees nothing. If she reads a book, it's literally nothing. But she can't even think of things either. If you say think of an apple, she can't actually think of what an apple looks like. And that is a thing that people have, which I was like, whoa, that's wild to me. But
They
I
think in
don't,
words, like they can see
Yeah.
the word, right?
yeah, they see the word, but they don't see, but then my mom sees it as like a full picture, like video, and I don't see that.
That is definitely a savage move by Gavin, yes. There are things I don't love about Throne of Glass, but I do love the series. It's very readable. Emotional attachment.
I'm doing a across the country buddy read with my friends where like I read the book and annotate it and then I send it to my friend and then she reads and annotates it and then she's sending it to her friend. And I've completely stopped the train because I haven't picked up book 2 still.
How dare.
I know. Soon. It's on TBR.
It was the first book I read after not being able to read for over a decade for medical reasons. I love that. I don't love that you had medical reasons for a decade, but I love that that was your first dive. Sorry. Every time I hear both of you talk about Throne of Glass, I want to reread the series. I've never read it.
I'm just saying that Brittany's Patreon, we have already discussed reading it in 2026 because they're reading the Sanderson right now. They're reading through the Cosmere. So that's going to take up the majority of 2025. And I think there's another series that they're reading too. So we were like, 2026, they're going to start Throne of Glass. And I was like, that's great. Because by the time 2026 gets here, I'll be ready to reread it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Brittany's not reading it.
Listen.
She dropped the read with me, Kelsey, and Neva because she was not loving it. So she ain't reading it.
We're starting her off on a different book. It's fine.
She's not reading it.
I will drive to her house and make her read
Okay,
it.
you go drive.
It's only like a 14-hour drive. I could do that.
Nothing. I'm driving 7.5 to meet a booktube friend in December. It's
Oh,
nothing.
nice. That's actually not that bad. I drive that a lot. That's
I
okay.
do too.
We did talk about in sprints. I don't remember whose sprints it was. We talked about doing like a North American drive and like just go all the way around the United States and visit a whole bunch of people.
Oh,
That'd be
that's
so
fun.
fun.
It would be fun.
Mhm.
We all get like a school bus. Pick everybody up.
Other than the sleeping in the school bus, that might be a good idea. If I have
Get
to
a school
take
bus
all
that
of the
has
seats down.
beds that go down.
Yes. I was reading Throne of Glass while hooked up to monitors at the hospital sometimes, and I had to keep pausing because my heart rate would go up. Oh no!
That's hilarious.
I've noticed the older I get, the more I tend to love a show by how much the waterworks tend to flow from my eye sockets.
That's hilarious.
I have the opposite problem. Like there are shows like This Is Us that I had to stop watching at some point because it was literally causing me to have like a depression episode. Like when it is like every episode is so sad and there's no reprieve from sadness.
Yeah.
I stopped watching that show too because I would cry just all the time and it was so sad. They were going through such hard things and I was like, I can't really handle this right now. It's
There was
really
that
intense.
one and A Million Little Things, which was fantastic and I loved. But every single solitary episode, like I would just sit down to watch TV and would cry for like 2 hours. And I was like, girl, you are heavily medicated for depression and you are still depressed. You need to stop watching these television shows.
I do want to know how This Is Us ends though. I should just look it
watch
up.
the last episode.
I don't know about that.
That's what Dylan is in Trouble does. He'll watch the first and last episodes of series, like shows.
Oh God.
Tennille agrees with you, Jess. Can't handle any of those shows.
Weeping. Absolute weeping.
Well, on this sad note, we are going to go into our last sprint of the evening. Are all of you good to stay for one more hour sprint?
Yes.
Sweet. So I hope that you go and read something happy, unless you want to cry, and then go and read something that makes you cry. But we will see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back. I hope that sprint went well for you guys. That is our last sprint, and I apologize to those of you in the comments. I completely forgot to put the banner up until like 5 minutes ago. So that was our last sprint. So I hope it was productive for you guys. What did you get up to, Leandra?
I ended up updating my bullet journal. I got distracted because I was talking with you.
I was watching you two, and I'm like, they're talking to each other for sure.
Yeah.
The way that they're laughing at the same time.
Yeah, we were trying to like subtly. I was like, I'm just gonna kind of get off screen a little bit. Yeah, so we were just talking about like our days and everything like that. And so I got distracted, and then I did some admin stuff. So not too much to update.
What about you, Sam?
I watched your recommendation video. I watched a different YouTube video. I collected some data for the competition so that I don't have to do it later and forget. And then Austin came home and then left. So there was like 10 minutes of on the phone talking to him and then him walking into the room. So not super productive, but fun.
Hey. Sometimes we need those sprints.
I read about 60 pages, and I think I'm finished moving books around. Question mark. Nothing much has changed back here, so you can't even tell that I moved anything. So
You'll have to do like a shelf reorg tour.
it will happen for sure. There's lots of blank spaces now. Who knew if you buy a whole new bookshelf and move it to another room and move all kinds of books to there that you have blank spaces?
I'm hearing that you need to buy more books.
Or just read some of the ones over here to move them over here. One of the two.
I did that too, though. I bought shelves for my living room, and I was like, oh, the space that I have, it's unlimited. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Rainey, what'd you get up to?
I got to 87% of We Used to Live Here. It says I have 22 minutes left. So I will finish tonight because I just have to finish. I don't have any semblance of how this is going to end or what my rating is. I know nothing at this current moment. So we're just going to wait and see how it ends.
It'll be a surprise for all of us. I was talking to Leandra for some of that. And I also read some more of Strange Beasts, some more of Monstrous Nights, and then chatted with Brian. So I do think that we had a couple of people join us and a couple of people leave as well during that sprint. So, and we also ended on this comment. So Rips of Percy Jackson is a series that got me back into reading after a 1.5 year reading slump from an English major, which I totally get because when I was reading academically, it's definitely, it puts you in a little bit of a different mindset. So getting back into reading after that, yeah, I can imagine. And yes, Kirsten had to go off to bed because it was 1 a.m. Lovely chatting with you. I know that you were already in bed. And congrats to Sam on the win. Every time somebody congratulates you, I think you get more and more freaked out.
Like, oh. Shut down a little bit. You know, I told Austin when he came home, I was like, I won. And he goes, and I'm like, whoa, too much energy.
No, I haven't. Book published in 1981, but it's being reissued. Oh, you know what? I've been seeing that quite a bit. Books are being reissued, and then they're offered on NetGalley as like an arc, and I'm like, but this book exists already. Like, I get that it's an arc of this like new, very pretty edition, and maybe has a new cover, a new introduction. But I do think it's really funny because you can have access to like Poisoned Pen Press often provides like arc editions of the like Golden Age classics that are published out of the British Library, and I'm like it's very weird to be like, oh yeah, like I'll request this arc, and then I'll just go read a secondhand copy that I, have on my shelves from a different thing. But no, Chris, I haven't read that. Haven't even heard of it.
And Krista also joined us again. Just got home from dinner. Going to edit a bit before bed. Extra hour of sleep. I love that. I completely forgot about it until you said that, and I was like, oh yeah, it is daylight savings time today.
Oh,
I
I
guess
have a
goodness.
habit.
I need
The
it.
past 3 years, I will end up listening to an audiobook the whole night, and then I'll go to bed at like 5 in the morning. And I'm just like, why is it always daylight savings that my body decides today's a good day to listen to just an entire audiobook instead of sleep?
Will it happen this year? Stay tuned.
Stay
Hmm.
tuned.
That's me every Saturday because my body does not like to sleep when it's dark out. Like if it's daylight out, I have the hardest time keeping my eyes open. But like the second the sun goes down, I'm like so wide awake. It's like I took like 6 Red Bull and I'm just so hyper. And so every Saturday, like I just lay there in the bed, like, would you just fall asleep? Would you just fall asleep already? Wherever.
I'm definitely a night owl, but it depends on like weekdays. I can usually convince myself to go to bed.
Yes. Because I have to be up at 6:30 in the morning to go to work. But on Sunday, my one day off, I don't have to go to sleep. I'll stay up till 6 a.m. I regularly stay up till 6 a.m. on a Saturday night. Because I'm stupid.
Whoa.
All I know is if Eloise decides to wake up at 5:30 instead of 6:30 with this time change, I'm gonna die.
Oh
You
no.
have to sleep the extra hour like everyone else, or I will cry.
I didn't even think about that. I wonder if I should change my cat feeder tonight after it feeds
Oh,
him.
you might have to. You never know.
I don't have children, but I do have a cat that will wake me up.
Yeah, you
Dogs,
have
as you can tell.
children.
If my cat woke me up, I'd be so pissed. He knows not to bother me.
He will wake me up. He won't wake Brian up. He knows that Brian will like throw him across the room. Whereas I just kind of like try and cuddle him and I'm like, no, sleep time.
Mhm.
Courtney also joined us. Hello, Courtney. Tennille managed 70 pages of Fire Study,
Nice.
25-ish more pages of Warbreaker That Sprint. Lovely. And yes, thanks for being here Tuesday. We appreciate it. Good Sprint read another 31 pages of Night Film. I'm at 111. I love that. Friends! Hello, Jess. Just got home from work. Happy you're joining us. Julie hit 43% and got ready for bed. Yeah, thanks for being here. 1 chapter, One Piece down, 3 dungeons beaten in the crypt of Necrodancer, a dungeon crawling rhythm game, and 1 episode of Ghost and McGee. You always have a list of things, and I love it.
Mhm. Very productive.
Such variety. 40% in below and liking it. I'm going to wait until you finish Strange Beast to see if I want to read it. I will be sure to talk about it because I'm loving it so far. So unless something like terrible happens in the last 50% of the book, I think it's going to be a success for me, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think you know the taste of it by now. Like
Yeah.
It doesn't really deviate from like the characters don't like randomly change motives or anything. Like it's pretty solid story.
Good. That makes me feel good. Because sometimes, like, if you're loving a book for like the first 50% or even like the first 20%, and then you get past it and you're like, what happened? Why?
Yeah. It really just gets more like action packed as the mystery unfolds, but it doesn't like left field go downhill real bad.
Good to know. The final one is a feel-good Disney cartoon about an optimistic girl who befriends the ghost haunting her family's house.
Ooh.
That's cute. It's called The Ghost and McGee. I love that. Yes. At least I think it changes in Canada as well, correct?
I'm pretty sure too. I think Canada does it as well. Yeah, there are some countries that don't do it anymore, and Arizona?
Yes, and
Yeah.
Arizona.
And half
And
of Indiana.
I know that the West Coast has talked about it. It's gone back and forth. It's basically like if Washington or California decide to, all 3 of us will. So it's kind of just like waiting for California to decide to do it, but they keep just changing their minds.
It's the same in Ohio. Like it's been, most states have had some form of it on their ballot to change it to stay one way or the other. But I think they're just like in the process of trying to figure out how to get it through. federal government so that everyone has to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also they
Although
don't wanna do
is
it at the
Canada
same
on the
time.
same time frame that we are? Because I feel like the same dates. Because I know like the UK, their daylight savings was actually on October 27th. It wasn't.
Yeah, so now that which screwed me up because I work for someone in the UK and I was like, "Oh, you're only 4 hours from me now." And it really messed us up. But yeah. Yeah, I'm just like, why doesn't the world just all decide on the same evening and then at least we're all doing it at the same time versus like some of the world doing it like a week ahead of us.
Right. Yep, we fall back. Okay. Nice. The cats will definitely wake me up according to their internal clocks. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Indeed.
My boyfriend's gonna be so happy when an hour earlier than the clock says the dog comes in for breakfast.
It does always mess with me the next day because I feel like I'm getting up. I feel like it messes with me all day long because I'll be looking at the clocks expecting it to be a certain time and it will be, I don't know, daylight savings
Your
time.
internal clock also says something's wrong.
Yes. Canada has been thinking about it, but we do so much business with the US that we're waiting. Yeah. I know it's past like local states stuff, but it's never gone. I know it's never gone all the way through here. But yeah, I did know about Arizona because my husband's grandpa used to live in Arizona, and it was very strange that some parts of the year he would be on the same time zone as us, and then other parts of the year he would not be, which is odd to get used
So
to.
weird. Because if time zones aren't complicated enough, let's just throw in daylight savings and make it worse.
When I imagine like if you live on a border state of Arizona, you just have to choose, I guess, whether or not you're gonna, I don't know. I feel like that would be very confusing. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, we see it when people like if they work in a different state, like they might work in one time zone, like going like, laterally. But yeah, like to imagine like, oh, I work in Arizona, but I live in what's above it, Nevada? I don't know my geography.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna try.
Something like that.
My friend lives in Hawaii, but she works for a company in Arizona. It's like, that sucks.
Oh yeah, so confusing.
Yeah.
Well, I remember I was doing a group program or something once, and I guess the coach was in Arizona, and I didn't know that. And so, like, halfway through, it was daylight savings, and she was like, okay, well, the time is still at this time regardless. And I was like, wait, what? And then I looked and I was like, I can't even come to these meetings anymore. That's so frustrating.
Oh yeah, that really stings. Especially when like probably like most people they are changing, but because she's like, well, I'm not, so my schedule isn't changing, and it's like I get it, but yeah.
Wah wah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. One Providence doesn't change,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not a new thing. They're in between. Okay.
Right.
Well, that is all for us, folks. So I am going to let these lovely people first say if there's anything on their channels that you need to be looking for. And then we are going to go. So we'll start with Leandra. Do they have anything to expect from you in recent or in upcoming days?
Well, tomorrow, my video goes public for my like top 10 reads of the past 2 months. So like competitors, Sam, if you want to see what I like, that might be a good book to watch.
No.
Yeah. And so yeah, it's just like a really quick video because I can't do wrap-ups anymore. I refuse. Too many books to talk about. So stick into the top 10. I'm like that. Those are the best cream of the crop. I don't care about the others.
That makes sense. That's not a bad format idea.
Sam, what about you?
I may or may not post a reading vlog for TBO Harvest tomorrow. I didn't edit today. I was like, well, we'll see if that happens.
The footage exists, so sometime.
Yeah, it might be Tuesday instead and just be like, you know what? I did Booktober. I'm taking a Sunday off. We'll see.
Exactly.
But yeah, eventually I'll go back to a normal posting schedule of twice a week, but I'll have my Battle of the Booktubers Part 4 sometime, hopefully coming soon. But I have to read 6 books for that, and now another 3 from Danni to add to it. So
Good luck.
Thanks.
What about you, Jess?
In theory, there should be, you know, like a nice August, September wrap up because I'm behind. I'm gonna have a vlog of me reading The Coven, which is a dark romance because I've never read
Oh,
dark
I
romance.
love that book.
I've heard
I
good
bought
things.
it and I did not read any. I just was like, oh, cool, it's witches and the cover looks awesome. I've never read dark romance, so it's gonna be a fun time for all. And yeah, the other additional Battle of the Booktuber books. I'll probably do Danny's as a separate video because I don't want to read that many books for one video. So I'll probably
Fair.
do 6 and then 4. And then my house like leaves book vlog. In theory, those things should be happening relatively soon. Question mark.
It works.
Before the end of the year, at least.
Wait, quick
Hopefully.
question. Are you all reading the other books that you didn't have to read?
No,
I'm not.
I are.
we're not everybody, but I said I was going to, and Sam was like, "Yeah, me too." And so
Yeah.
I think there's a lot
I
of
know
people
that-
around 4 that are.
Yeah, I know Krista and Jolene were like, that's not a bad idea. So they might eventually, but I don't think it's like on their.
they were all
Locked
already
in.
books that were on my TBR besides one book. So
Hmm.
it just seemed like a good idea to just put them all in a video and read them anyway.
Yeah. I really want to just see like what would have been the best out of the options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It'll be
I was
fun.
hoping to read them all before the live show so that I could talk about it, but
Yeah.
No.
Samesies.
no.
No worries. What about you, Rainey? What do you have going on?
I should have a video out tomorrow, but alas, I have not filmed or edited. So it'll
You're
be.
such a slacker.
I
You do the
really
best for me.
need outside influences to be quiet. It's not.
Hey, whenever
not
you said
encouraged.
I do, we became one.
No,
Yes.
not for BookTube. We didn't. That is.
Oh,
I am
I'm
not married to you on BookTube.
Wow.
Anyway, no. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Anyway, and he ran away. So okay, goodbye. Yes, I will have some video out tomorrow. That's the answer. Okay. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
And I have a video coming out on Tuesday for Bucket Listathon and Winterathon. So that'll be a TBR video for the readathons that I'm doing within the next couple of months, which will be fun. So make sure and tune in for that. Also, I know I have all the round 4 people tagged below, but I will also add Leandra and Rainey down below. If you guys are not subscribed to any of these lovely people, please go and do that. And I'm sure that we will see you in the Bookiverse somewhere. But we are done for this evening, friends. So go to sleep, go be productive if it's morning for you. We hope you have a lovely day, a lovely evening, wherever you are in the world. And we will see you next time.